Yeah.
Hi, Kevin. Welcome in. We're gonna get started here soon. 5 more minutes. I'm still mentally preparing for what's in store. Pokopia. We're playing Pokopia today, and we're going to. I love this song, guys. Hold on, I'm uploading one more YouTube video. So if you guys didn't know, my VODs are all up on YouTube. So if you are missing me and Twitch is being annoying, you can go to YouTube. And all my VODs from the month of March are currently up on YouTube. Beat up Chanel's. Kevin, I hope you're having a great day. I hope you had a great weekend. Um How was your weekend? What were you up to? You did an IRL stream. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. Like, let's get some games in. Even off stream, like, let's just hang out on stream and have a happy, goofy time. What's this VOD? Oh wait, it's what did I name it? Body. All right, that's I had a great weekend, chilled, unlurk. Yeah. Hi Ryan, welcome in. Thank you for the check-in. Hi. Yeah, yeah. Oh, not the lurk. I'm glad you chilled. I'm glad. No, Kevin, I really want to play. We have to play. Kevin, my FYP is frying me today. Oh my god, what's happening? Sorry, I'm alert because someone's here. Not you and Kevin beefing. What's going on there? Just kidding. Hi. Ryan, I'm so happy to see you. Hi, babe, welcome in. Thank you for checking in. Can everybody hear me okay? I want to hear this song. So we're just gonna jam out for 2 minutes before Pocopia because I don't like playing music while I'm listening to Pocopia. Um, why did you turn fake on me, Rima? I'm dead. All right, Ali, what kind of stuff are you getting on your For You page? Be honest. We'll be playing DBD later. I haven't decided if I want to just run some solo games or if I'll even be up to play, but we'll see. Games have been sweaty. Like yesterday's games were so sweaty. They've been fun. Don't get me wrong. They're just crazy stuff that's funny. I think I sent you some too. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I like how unhinged your your TikToks are. Today I didn't get my daily Ryan TikTok, so I had to send one to him so he knew that I was missing him, and I had to keep it going, keep the momentum going with the daily TikToks. Ryan's new to my TikTok sends, but Kevin is a real one. Kevin knows. Kevin knows how often I send TikToks. I'm always sending TikToks. It's like my only form of communication. I'm sick. No, are you sick, Ryan? No way. Okay, okay, I forgive you. I'll give you a pass this one time. Okay, this one time. I'm doing drugs tonight. Hey. Oh my God, Kate. Welcome in, Kate. Thank you for checking in. Those check-in redeems are new. I'm doing drugs tonight. Okay, well, we'll turn on the face cam for the jam sesh. Okay, Ryan, you're feeling sick. Is it like congestion? Is it the sickness that you had from last week that got worse? Is that what happened? But I did send a TikTok back once I realized you were carrying the TikTok bestie ship today. Yeah, today it was in my hands, and I know I sometimes I do have to take the helm. I know. I know that with Kevin too. Like sometimes it has to be me. I'm the chosen one today, so I don't. Y'all have streak pets. Streak pets. What? It's been so long, Kate. It's been too long. We're playing Pokopia today, and then we're jumping into DVD. Welcome in. Catch me up. Um, check-ins are super new redeem, so don't worry that you have one. You'll have so many more opportunities to check in. Everyone gets their check-ins. I think Mark might have the most check-ins. To Ali, and then Kevin has like 20 something check-ins. Let me go check that again. Kevin has okay. Ali has 24. Mark has 26. Ryan 17. Kevin 21. Yeah. So like in the 20s, that's probably the most you could have is in the 20s. Okay, fit. Look, if I'm on cam, I have to be like that. Trying to stay ahead of me. Yeah. Mark is like, oh, I'm here every single time, and then Kevin's like, I'm trying. I'm keeping up. Loving the fit. Look, this is honestly my default. It's like throw over plaid, or it's like buttoned up with no t-shirt underneath. I love my chain. A little hat moment. I have some brimless hats. I feel like I finally started to like them. Julian, welcome in. Thank you for checking in. I hope you've been doing well. Um, yeah, glasses are a must because I just can't see without them. So kind of have to. All right, even though this song is good, we're pausing the song and we're gonna get right into gameplay. My boyfriend and I got engaged. Oh my god, congratulations. Other than that, just living life to the fullest. That is incredible. Congratulations. One of my Monte. Ooh, it's nice here. Yeah, we got face cam here, Monte. You better tell Wolfie he needs to step his game up with no face cam. You know what I mean? One of my worst fears is having an emergency where I have to like sprint out of bed and I can't see shit. Oh, yeah, yeah. I I tend to think I have a pretty good sense of direction. Okay, guys. Ali, you're gonna laugh the most, but I did change the train already after building it and having it for like 3 days. I did change it, but I try to have a good sense of direction, especially since I know that without my glasses, I'm pretty much blind. We extended the train over here. This is trash. No, literally, can we be so serious? That's almost exactly what I said was, oh, this is trash. So we put the train still is here, but we are making a new cave a cave house. So there's gonna be a building here. It's gonna be 2 stories in this hole. I picture you running like this in real life. No, guys, you think I run like this in real life? No, Kevin, that's all you. My arms are not long enough to run like this. I need to get a Switch 2 so I can play this. No, this game has taken over my life, to be honest, Kate. So if you're here, it's to watch this. It's giving Weapons Run. It's giving... That is an Oscar-winning run right there. Oscar-winning. Yeah, so I'm making a hole. Yeah, there's just a big hole. There's gonna be a huge 2-story house in here. I think I'm gonna do like a library house. So like the house will be here. The top floor will be the library. We have a lot of books and stuff that we can put there. Also, guys, how incredible is this? I can fly. Oh my god, I'm just better. We're also clearing out this. This is another adventure we're taking. We're clearing out this area, and I think I want to extend that little pathway, like those flowers and stuff, and bringing them over here. Who are you calling a hole? Justin Industry. Bye, guys. No. Okay. Can we be serious? Is when I say goodnight, it's because I just don't want to be on the camera anymore. Like I have maximized the time I want to spend on camera. But if you guys were down to just watch me drone out on this game after stream ends, I'll stop ending streams. So you can just watch me be like, break, 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 build, 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 run back and forth because I forget things. I love Dragonite. We love, live, laugh, love Dragonite in this household. We also got the Team Rocket outfit. I'm kind of loving the fit. The fit has been improved. Bearcross, what you doing up there? Monte, make sure you get your check-in, your daily check-in for today. Get that counter up. Okay, should I buy this microwave? If y'all want to know some Justin lore, I don't own a microwave. I don't have a microwave in my house. If I want to reheat food, I just use the stove. Is the stove or my air fryer? Oh my god, me either! Okay, see, when I tell people I don't have a microwave, they think it's weird. Oh, I forgot, I have to add more to that bridge. My audio is all messed up. I'm on the saucepan with water and steam it time a beat. No, Julian, I'm right there with you. Like, why was I reheating rice? I threw that bitch back in a little tiny pot, put some water in there, and I kept it pushing, you know? Who needs a microwave? Who needs those carcinogenic radio waves anyway? Look at them playing tag! They're playing tag! Look at them. They're chasing each other. This game is too cute. I just got distracted because I have no idea what I was going to do. Microwaves are weirdly expensive. No, seriously, like, and I want a nice one, you know? I have the patience of a mosquito. Oh my god. Also, don't mind this tunnel. I was just testing to see how far this was gonna go. But I ran out of food. So now we have a big tunnel. Mine's the tunnel. Hi, Lucas! Lucas, make sure you get your check-in. Welcome in. Y'all, oh, okay. Okay, free drinks. So Julian feeling kinda... We love free drinks up in this house. They must be done building the Skylands. We're gonna try to get this game done. I have to pickle. I have a pickle. About what? How dare you not warn me? Warn you about what? I had to check in to redeem. Oh my god, yes! You have to redeem your check-in. Hi, baby. Hi, Vox. How are you? Yes, Lucas. Okay, see, yes. Yes, that's exactly what it is. And taxes, I would love free drinks. Oh my god. Julian, are you also in finance? Okay, Julian, what did you drink today at, like, for dinner, lunch, with the company? Or what is your drink of choice? Or both, or answer both. Anyone can answer. We fixed the Pokemon Center here. We have added a few things. We've gotten a few Pokemon. None of them are here, by the way. We got Ninetales, who's nowhere to be found. Swablu. We also got Alakazam and Gardevoir. So they're done building the second floor. Or third floor, rather. Second floor was built already. Oh, here's Ninetales. Oh, wait, I forgot. I put them to work today. Hussein! There you are, bud. The Skyland building third floor is all finished. You should definitely check it out while you're here. Ooh, let's see. It's supposed to be like a cafeteria. Ready for the big reveal? Here we go! I don't work in Gardevoir. Yes. I don't work in finance. I'm a chef working for a big food and beverage company. Oh my god. That's awesome. But I drank mules of like 5 of them. Okay, Julian. So Julian's feeling a little silly goofy. Feeling a little silly goofy. Okay. Okay, mule. Okay, mule. I'm here for that. I'm here for that. I can get behind a little Moscow Mule moment. The third floor has become a pretty nice restaurant thanks to Chef Dente. I'd be dead from one. Yeah, I don't have the highest tolerance, but I like to drink. Like, I don't mind being drunk. Do you like a mule, Justin, or what's your drink choice? I love a rum drink. I love rum. I love vodka. A mule is fine. Like, whiskey's a good sipper. I like drinking in general. But if I'm going out, I'm getting, like, something with rum. Like a rum and coke. Something like that. Luckily, my Texas heritage tells me about alcohol. I see. Let me write that down. Maybe I have to be from Texas. Maybe that's the trick. Coconut rum, a juice or something? Yeah. Like, a cute little rum drink is fine. But I like liquor. Like, I don't mind drinking liquor. I prefer dark liquor over clear liquor. Like, I like me a good cognac, a little Henny. Our 10 gallons of Look, Ali, I'm right here with you. And honestly, we're such lightweights that we would get through like a few sips of that hat and we would be able to take care of each other, you know? It'd be like, oh, now I trust Ali in my life. Do you know a Pokemon who can help us out? Prim and Proper. Oh, it's Pikachu. Okay. There's a Prim and Proper Pikachu? He's dead. He's not Prim or Proper. He's dead. Well, I sure love to meet him. So yeah, if you can maybe invite Fancy Pikachu. He's literally dead. Are we about to meet Matang? Professor's Apprentice Program? Interesting. Not dead as fuck. It's literally dead Pikachu. If you like whiskey, there's a drink called a Gold Rush, which is whiskey and ginger beer and honey, and it's very good. Ooh, that does sound good. I love ginger beer, rum, I love wine. Don't like white wine. Love red wine. Cocktail misses, yeah. I'm never gonna say no to alcohol unless it's like gin. And if you like gin in chat, this is not a safe place for you. You better keep it to yourself. Don't let me find out you like gin. I'm being honest. Let's go get Pikachu. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, gin is probably the liquor I like the least. And then tequila is right up there. Again, and you know what? I respect tequila drinkers, but I can't. Tequila's gonna mess me up. Tequila is gonna put me on my ass. And as drunk as I like to be, I don't want to be on my ass. I just want to be drunk. I just want to have a good time. Gotta lurk real quick. Gotta help a friend out. Okay, bet. You don't like martinis? I like a vodka. I never really had martinis, but I'm sure I'd like a vodka martini instead of a gin martini. A Paloma, yeah. See, like I could get down with a tequila drink, like a margarita, a Paloma. Oh, this is not where I thought I was going. Now I'm lost. Espresso martinis? See, I've never really had a good espresso martini. So, I'm gonna have to just trust y'all. We're gonna get dead Pikachu and bring him to the building. And when I show you Pikachu, I don't know if I'm wrong. I think I'm very right that he's kind of dead. Oh, Pikachu, come here. It's so peaceful here. Yes, it is, Pikachu. Look at him. Tell me this ain't dead Pikachu. He has no color. He has no color. Not even yellow. He's not even proper yellow. He can't generate electricity. And his lore is that he used so much of his electricity to save his friends that he couldn't generate electricity anymore. Dude's dead. This is a dead Pikachu. Oh, if it isn't Hustine, how lovely to see you. Do you need me for something? Gracious me, you're reconstructing a large building only with the help of other Pokemon. You never stop doing amazing things, do you? And that's what makes you so amazing. I'm not sure how I would be able to help, but I'm happy to tag along regardless. Well then, please guide me to the construction site. Yeah, I don't know how you're going to help either. You cannot generate electricity. But they want you there, so... I'm not much of a tequila gal. I like my drinks sweet, fruity flavored. Yeah. That's like... and that's a good standard. That's like very baseline. You know, I think that's a great place for casual drinkers to be. It's like fruity flavored cocktails. And Kate, I'm not much of a tequila gal either, so we're gonna get along great. See, I wish I could have one, but my anxious ass would die. Wait, because of the espresso shot? Handle Red Bull vodka. Oh my god, yeah, I used to drink these when I was like, why am I shaky? And then I could Kevin having a full like panic attack because he's too caffeinated. That is crazy, friend. I'm not gonna lie, I'm no stranger to a Red Bull vodka. Red Bull vodka. I used to drink those fresh out of college. Were like my drink of choice was Red Bull vodkas. Pikachu, you ready? Let's go put you to work. Oh, no one knows that this dead Pikachu is around. Okay. Oh, you must be that prim and like there's nothing prim or proper about him. I didn't get that about him. That ass in nursing school, everyone was surprised how strong my heartbeat was. They were like, "Are you okay?" I love Red Bull in my drinks, especially when they're made well. Period. I'm tougher than I look, I assure you. Well then, no time like the present. How may I help? Oh, sorry about that. I wasn't trying to say you're weak or anything. We're counting on your help once we start work on the 4th floor. Oh, he's just there to bring light. Can I not? Why does it have to be those little guys? Come here. Oh, I can't have them all there. Interesting. I have to have these guys. Why? Greninja, come home with me. Where'd he go? Hi, Gardevoir. Oh, look, Gardevoir and Alakazam are chatting. That's cool. Alright, get a room or something. For a long time, I didn't know what drinks to order, so I just ordered vodka cran. Vodka cran is a great drink, great classic drink. Everywhere in college, yeah, that's like, but that's like a good standard drink, or like a vodka soda. I used to do vodka soda when I was like trying to lose weight. Vodka soda. My friend, in college coined the phrase "get drunk, not fat," and we used to drink Everclear and water. Yeah, that was a crazy time in my life. Whiskey sours and white tea shots. Ooh, green tea. Everclear. Yeah, Everclear is correct. I need Rukadi and Watrel. That takes me back. Yeah, college was a crazy time. Yes, I did. Come here, guys. We need to all go. For some reason, you all need to be at the construction site. Let's go. Follow me. Conkelder. No. Don't. Where are you going? I need you to. Follow me. I haven't heard that name in years. Literally. Everclear girl. Is that you? That's what it's giving. I always love a New York sour. Oh, when I was trying to lose weight, I got tequila water and added lemon. I would never drink Everclear again because that shit just rubbing. Yeah, it does. But back then, I couldn't even stand the smell. We used to do shot roulette with Everclear. Everclear, vodka, and water were like literally our shots in the shot roulette. Oh, I need Giraffe-a-rig. We used to use Jaeger bombs all the time. Jaeger bombs are fun. Jaeger bombs are so much fun. Yes, we would pregame with shots before the bars. No, literally. Okay, the gag was we'd pregame with shots before the bars because we were broke, and then just go to the bars and get more shots. And rail only because we were like, we don't discriminate here in this household. Our liver does not discriminate. My friend used to drink with Squirts, right? Yeah. That sounds crazy. Everclear and Sprite sounds like a mistake. All right, Giraffe Rig, ready to do some work? Make you work, make you work. Here we go. Everyone's here. Wicked Witch. All right, let's get glass. Me and my cousin will buy our own little personal Jaeger bottle and chase it with Monster. But you can't do a Red Bull vodka? Gag. Love a good Jaeger bomb back in the day. I was a wandering drinker, so my friends would always designate someone. Girl, we have all been there, Allie. CJ, thank you for checking in. Welcome in. Coffee makes you... Yeah, coffee makes you anxious. Shop the Rumplemints? Not Rumplemints. Rumplemints. Oh my god. I used to take Rumplemints with like chocolate syrup. We called them hairdressers. This is when I was like 20. I'm dead. I can't do all that now. No, I can't even drink now without having a backache. You know what I mean? Everyone have a shot in case we go to brush our teeth later. Have you ever had birthday cake vodka with gummy bears? No. Hi, CJ. Welcome in. We're playing some Pokopia. We're trying to get this building finished. Oh, paper. Okay, we got paper. I forget what the other... Brick? I think that's the only thing about this world I don't really like is that it's really hard to get around. But I love the pink grass. I love the music in this island. Dude, I remember this guy I went on a date with bought a nasty ass banana bottle. Banana vodka? Huh? I went out for the first time on Saturday and I was gone. Oh my god. We did go out and I took 2 shots before leaving of Captain Morgan and I was like, I think I'm good. Immediately, like hours later, regretted not drinking more because I got sober quickly after being sweaty. But I think I could have been drunker a little bit. 99. Ew, banana liquor. Yuck. Yuck. It's so good. You let them soak in vodka. Okay, yes, I've had vodka gummy bears before, but birthday cake vodka gummy bears. Now that's something I've never done. Is it just 10 lumber? Please tell me it's 10 lumber. This cost 10! Which one of you took a shite in the toilet? And did it flush? A bottle of banana liquor is crazy. Honestly, I would have walked the fuck away. I've been like, have fun on your date. That I was like, this is a red flag. Like, that's not the kind of banana I'm talking about. Oh, I need 2 more lumber. Are you kidding me right now? Oh. I'm like, this is on the same level as having green bubbles. Green bubbles? Oh. I was like, what the hell is green bubbles? It's not lumber. It's just small logs. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. I have a lot of lumber. Guys, you want to see how much lumber I have in my house? I don't want to talk about it. I don't know. I think I just got trigger happy and I was like, cut these and cut these and cut these. It's okay. One time I was out at the club and this guy tried to get me to do shots of melon liquor with him and I was like, not today, dude. Melon liqueur? Guys, just take the Henny shot. Just take your shot of Henny and walk away. If you can't afford proper shots, please don't go to the bar and order liqueur, okay? At the club. At the club, we are not all fam. If you're trying to get me melon liqueur at the club, okay? He wanted nothing but the worst for you. He wanted the worst things for you. I'm convinced. Okay, guys, no judgment. Are you ready to see how much lumber I have in this storage box? All right, please don't judge me, okay? I'm not a hoarder. I don't have a problem. I've already spoken to my therapist. Move that. Oh, I know it is a lot. And no shade, this whole front page was all lumber at one point. I've just used so much of it. Why do I have 400, 800, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 1400 pieces of lumber in my storage box? Oh, I just need 2. I'll take 100. Going back to Skylands, by the way. I said, you can go do the melon liquor shots. I'm gonna stay on the dance floor. He definitely wanted to sabotage me. Yeah, that's horrible. I'm like, are you talking to me? I mean, if you stay ready, you don't gotta get ready. And that's word to Chi-Chi DeVayne, okay? Photopia only being on the Switch is hateful. I know. And not only just the Switch 2. The most expensive console out right now. Actually, I think the PS5 is still just as expensive as the Switch 2. In this economy, I know, it was a struggle. The Apata movement, we love that. We love that. Oh, my death, that is crazy. All right, finish. Build that house. 7:45. Okay, an hour. Ryan saying Apata? I'm pretty sure Ryan sang Apata last week or 2 weeks ago when he was playing DVD, taking shots. Whose side are you on, Justin? I didn't say it was a good or bad thing. I'm just stating facts. You know what? Forget I said anything. Forget I said anything. I don't know what I'm talking about. I just work here. Oh, look at this house. Look at this big building. Look. Oh, big building. I downloaded it so they can never be deleted. That's so crazy. That is so crazy. Permanently saving the evidence so that it will never leave this world. This ether is crazy. I'm taking medicine now. That's crazy. Now you're taking medicine. It's too late now. You're sick. What's up here? I don't think I've ever been here before. I just like the little flap of his rings. Watch, the moment I find something to bully them over, I will be in the wrong. Adding it to my stream deck, I'm sick. Adding it as a channel redeem. Turn off redeems. Sir, you're a little too close to the edge. Are you okay? Do you want to talk? Guys, who sent for Siri? Stop. Fuck off. Y'all remember that song Suki Waterhouse called Eating? Oh, no, I've never heard that song. But we love Suki Waterhouse. Theraflu, yeah, Theraflu. I make all kinds of concoctions when I'm sick. Fuck this game. This game? What do you mean? Or fuck Rivals, because I'll be down with that. Down with that. I'm down with that. Rivals stole all my friends. Yeah, Rivals stole all my friends. I'll never forgive Rivals for what it did to me. He just ate, wait. He just ate my ass. You want to switch? Now I'm eating his ass. Wait. We love your, join us on Rivals, bestie. No! No! Guys, I'm so bad at Rivals. 1, 2. You tell me to play Rivals, but then I'll never play with you guys. I only play with you guys when you beg me to play. I'm not getting any better at it, okay? By filling in the gap. I need to practice. Squeeze me? No, honestly, Kevin, Rivals stole you from me, and I'll never forgive it. When I met Kevin, it was strictly DVD. It was not no Fortnite, not no Rivals. The minute Rivals became on and poppin', and Kevin got better at it, it was just so much better at it. So start begging. I don't mind a little begging. A little begging goes a long way. Eating by Suki Waterhouse. Guys, I'm going to make sure it's queued. Eating Suki Waterhouse. We're gonna add it to the queue for when I start listening to music again. Got it. JK, I'm still bad. So you're saying I was horrible at Rivals. Well, everyone starts somewhere. Am I wrong? JK, no, Kevin, you're not bad at Rivals at all. So this ain't a safe place. Look, it's a safe place. I think you're so good at you're so good at rivals that I don't want to play with you because I'm not good. I'm like, I don't want my good, talented, skillful ass friends be held back because of me. Okay? One thing about them tables, they turn. That's not what these hoes be saying in the rivals chats. Yeah, well, that's why I'm not there. Because then then y'all just want me in rivals so y'all look better. Oh, I see how it is. I really am the ugly friend. The ugly, funny friend that y'all just have around to make yourselves look better. You just want me in the rivals games so that people can compliment y'all and trash talk me. That's what it is. That's what it really, truly is. Guys, I need to eat a burger. I remember when I became friends with Kevin, 2VA came out, he bunked on a... No, because I'm the flop friend, so honestly I'll be making everyone else look better. I mean, that's not true, but okay. That's not true, Ellen. You were invited. Carrying too much stuff? We'll put it away. To call him trash again? Oh my god, was one of your teammates rude to you? Now who do I gotta beat up? Only we can be rude to you. Let's make 17 hamburgers, guys. We got some walls to break. Last night at bed, after you left us to die to the Sharknado, I'm dead. Mimic teleported off the gen. Oh my god, what? Not teleporting off the gen. I don't have enough PP? Ugh. Don't you hate it when there's not enough PP? Y'all are not mean to me at all. Ryan, I don't think I'm mean to you at all. And that's all, period. Oh, that's a J! Like for Justin, guys! We have a lot of these pieces now. I'm dead. Spider-Man meme and shit. Remember you called me a number 2 pencil and I laughed? I was like, we're gonna be besties. I did call you a number 2 pencil. But, like, I'm not wrong. Like, you're skinny. Skinny queen. Alright, time to keep breaking this rock. I forget what we need to do for Team Rocket. We've gotten our 4th badge. I mean, number 2 is used for everything. Number 2 is used for Scantron. Number 2 is used for school. For, you know... all sorts of things. I can't list them right now, but I'm pretty sure it's like the most popular pencil. It's the only pencil, isn't it? I didn't know there were a number 1. I didn't even know there was a number 1 pencil. I'm not gonna lie. Is there a number 1? It's hard for me to bulk. I eat and my metabolism so fast. You know, and some of us don't have that problem, okay? You should count your lucky stars. You don't have a fat ass. When I was a kid, I was running and fell onto a number 2 pencil in the lead. It's still stuck to my knee to this day. Okay, my cousin, when he was little, ran and fell onto a number 2 pencil, but he was holding it in his hand and then he dropped it falling and then it like, in a freak accident, like stabbed him right in the center of his hand and he has lead still stuck in his hand. Getting on creatine, but I'm scared. Wait, why? Why are you scared? Wait, why are you getting on creatine? Are you trying to be a big boy, Kevin? Why do I know this about you? You're tired of being small? Small, little Kevin. Or are you just trying to bulk up your muscles? Because I was at the RuPaul concert. Let me tell you, with some shorties with muscles. And I was like, oh, look at you. Look at you. Look at you go with your little muscles. Proud of you. Lead in your arm. Guys, they don't even put lead in paint anymore. Why is it in our bodies? We're honestly just gonna break this down while we wait for the building to be made. You have to drink so much water. Does it help you just like retain water as like body mass? It's always fucking raining over here, guys. You know, we started this game, and the game was like, it hasn't rained here in 84 years. And now it won't stop. Now it's raining every fucking minute. I can't have a day without rain. Oh, I've already finished my food. There has to be another hamburger recipe that I'm not aware of. Because, what do you mean? I didn't hit anything. Choose not to drink water and drink coffee instead. Oh, I love coffee. Let me tell you about this girl named Coffee. Also, it increases anxiety, which an anxious guy like myself can't really afford. Oh, creatine increases anxiety. Also writing that down. I've just been starting my day with runs, and it's been working on just... Wait, that's awesome! Well, I mean, you gotta get those muscles moving. I'm not gonna lie, Julian. I did read that as I've just been starting my days with the runs. And I was like, oh. You okay, buddy? Are you okay? You need help? Do we need a medical professional? Not the runs, Justin. I read it as the runs. I'm sorry. I'm gonna buy the microwave, guys, just to waste. Actually, I'm gonna buy the tea set. Micah with the raid! Guys, Micah, the most popular mod in the world. Like, totally here for just in case you forgot. Like, totally here for... Oh. Pursing tipping hat. I'm reading the emote words. Hi, Livy. Welcome in. Thinks I'm shitting every morning. Well, I hope you have a regular bowel movements, okay? Okay, Julian. I'm just here for healthy bowel movements. Nothing more, nothing less. Look, and we trade all that white rock we just fucking harvested. I'm dead. Hey, Micah. How are your games? Justin is wilding today. Y'all got me on a good day. I'm feeling perky. Honestly, I was not having the best day, but being on stream, hanging out with you all has made my day a lot better. I love hanging out on here with you guys. So yeah, you can be honest here, Julian. The fact that you have regular bowel movements is an improvement from the majority of people. Okay, like IBS is the silent killer. They don't want to talk about IBS. I didn't mean a run. I meant the runs. How goes Pocopia? So we've been playing for like 45 minutes and we've been yapping for the most part. I'm gonna buy the microwave. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna buy this stone. Yeah, I really want it. I'll just give him all that. And I'll give him this. Oh, too much? 39.70 is the value. For 20 stones. I just want to get rid of that. Too much apple juice. It's like Kevin could just have milk for that. Who needs creatine? Yeah, exactly. Who needs creatine when you have lactose intolerance? I can't help. I'm lactose. You're lactose. I want to come visit you again. Oh my god, please come visit. I don't really have a lot. I don't really have anything really different happening here, except for I changed where my train was going, and the train is here now, and it doesn't turn into the. I'm coming. Okay, let's go over here. Wait, I also wanna. I'm gonna open the doors and fix my roller coaster. Let's take a ride on the roller coaster. I got distracted with the store. Invite others to visit. Yes, lactose intolerance. I know. I know this about you. You're like, stop. I'm gonna go grab some foods. Okay, bet. Enjoy your food. Yeah, go take care of yourself after stream. I know I like to just be quiet after stream. I raid into people's chats and I don't even show up. I just be like, hey, and then I just disappear. And then I just go about my business because I don't have the energy to be like, yeah, waiting for a response or catching them in a bit of conversation. Just be like, yeah, take my people. Gotta go. Bye. Gotta blast. I don't really like apples. Wait, so does everybody know this about me? Yes, Kevin! You've talked about it so much. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, because we love ice cream. Like in the very simple thing that we all like ice cream, and you're like, I wish I could like ice cream. Here's the code 6S. Here, I'll even put it here. Hey, I can be eating the oat milk ice cream mostly. Kevin, I definitely have some sort of lactose sensitivity. So I completely get it, and I hope you know I'm just giving you. But you know this about me. I like to give you a hard time. But I'm gonna do it anyway. No, literally, that's me. Ria and me. It's because I hope you know that me making fun of you, it's just like my opinion of you hasn't changed. It's just funny. I noticed this about you. It's an observation. I hope it's flattering that you know how much I know you. That, like, oh, I know you so well. Hey Vox, I came to pick you up on the train. How are you? You're having a conversation over there. There's Vox. I came to pick you up. Up here. Just happened across the stream. Oh, welcome in, Matt. Welcome in. You're new here. Oh, do you want to take your Magnemite? Oh, let's go. Whee! How are you doing, Matt? Are you done with your stream? Lucas is in here. One of my Pokemon wants to come with you. Wait, why didn't you bring him? And we removed all the train tracks. Here, we'll go this way this time. So the new pathing. Also, this is our love language. No, literally. Matt, tell me about yourself. Where are you from? Where are you from? What do you play? And then there's gonna be a cave. A little tunnel, look at that. And then we're gonna go through this canyon and wrap around. Do we see the vision? Do we see the vision? Give a twirl, give a twirl. Bro, you fly on that train, you need some sleep. Wait, you wanna hear something funny? I got clowned by my friend. And somebody in the chat was like, damn, I straight up got whiplash watching you be on that train. Look what I unlocked. Vox, I can fly! I can fly, Vox, I can fly! Give a twirl, give a twirl! Give a twirl, give a twirl. The Magnemite power is honestly the best, but we're trying to unlock that. From London. Ah, from London. Your village looks insane. Dude, this is hours and upon hours of fucking manipulating the world before I even had powers to do so. I was just breaking shit. Oh, I moved my house too. I guess that's new too. I'm like, I don't know what to show you, Vox, but I moved my house. Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Looking for a random floating Magnemite. Yeah, this isn't my house anymore. So this is an extension of the Pokemon Center. Chansey lives here. And then I moved my house over this way. Wow, bitch, I love it. I have worked so hard on it. And this is my new house. It's really, really modest and small. I only literally use it for storage. Like, that's all I have in here is storage. But I wanted to live near a waterfall. So I made that waterfall. And I was like, bitch, I have free will. I can have a waterfall if I want. You have a new outfit on. I liked it better when you were Nurse Joy. It's giving studio and NYC vibes, baby. Look, I'm trying. I want to play now. Okay, well, get on it, Matt. Play, play, play. One of us. One of us. Fox, I'm glad you like it here. I wish I had more to show, but I'm excited to just get the Magnemite power so I can get the show on the road. This is going to be a dojo, so I'm going to put that, you know where you find like Poliwrath and stuff in the Skylands? I'm going to put all that here. And this is going to be the dojo where Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee live. Hey Quinn, hey, hope you're good. How are you? Welcome in. Hell yeah. I'm good. I'm glad you're doing good. I'm glad you're doing good. What are you up to? How's your Monday? I was just about to do that. Like, look at how cute I am. Warzone with the boys. We love to see it. Oh, Warzone. I don't think I've played Warzone in like years. Probably when when the Resurgence mode came out is probably the last time I played. Run! Oh, nice. Yeah, literally. I feel like, how long has it been? 2 years, maybe? Since Resurgence started? You're drowning. Oh, Vox. Guys, Vox drowned. I just watched Vox drown. Oh no. Wait, which was that one? Oh, it's Despair. It's so dramatic. There's a special Pokemon on the other side? Wait, what do you mean a special Pokemon? I have to visit you? Yeah, I'll come visit. Bye, Vox. See you in 5 seconds. I want to see how long I can spin. Hi, Vox. He's gonna disappear. Oh, you were buying stuff. Oh, you're stealing. Take all the stuff you need. Oh, bye. Send a cone in sec. Bet. In the meantime, I'm gonna go break some walls down. Got a minute? No, I'm leaving. I got stone to break. Do do do. Oh shit! I fell. Yeah, Allie, this is the time. The little animations are so cute and silly. I know. We're gonna do this until Vox gets us the code. But we're almost done breaking all this, which is so nice. Oh. What did I get? Wow, a Damon jump. P0TLL6. Got a blast. On my way. Oh my gosh, Fox. Are we back at the club? Did you make that? Is this your house? Oh, don't mind if I do. Me making myself at home. Wow. Get nice. Is that a picture of me? Little old me in a picture with you? Wow, I'm so special. I feel so special. Look at us in that photo. We're so cute. Back when you were Nurse Joy. Ah, those were the days. Ronnie! Each day I get closer to getting a Switch 2. I hope I can enable that. Ronnie, how's your day today? Oh, you have all of them! Okay, I have this one in my house. I just got this one. And I have the pink one. How cute! Look at your blazer. It's not a blazer. This is a flannel. I back. What did I miss? We're in Vox's island. Ronnie, make sure you get your check and don't forget. I lost Vox. I think he went outside. I hear people talking. Oh, there you are. Ain't no motherfucking way. And how did you... Is that what a... Guys. It's not letting me see. Me trying to zoom in. There. Now, that is some shit. Now, Vox, explain to me how you got that. You stole him, didn't you? Where'd you steal him from? I saw Mimikyu over there as well. I didn't know Mimikyu was in this game. Where's Mimikyu? Oh, there's Mimikyu. Right in front of your house. Wow. Oh, is this how the Pikachu fountain looks? Look! Guys, this is so cute. I want one of these. You gotta get you one of these. Share with the class. It's a chicken salad. Ooh. This is cool. Oh, there's music in there. Oh, okay. This is kind of cool. Oh, Mew closed the door. Yeah, Mew, I go first. I'm the guest. That's so cool. Oh, but you can't close this. You can. Wait, that's iconic. Wait, Vox, this is iconic. This is so cool. Also, your fountain is insane. It looks like a blazer. Oh, I would not. I cannot. Imagine I was just wearing a blazer casually. No, I'm wearing a little flannel, keeping it cozy. Oh, I have to. I did unlock this build. Look at how chunky it is. Love Dragon. I cannot believe you have Mew. But I guess everyone can get Mew, huh? Does he just get excited that you restored the world? I'm buddies with Vox, and I'd love to be friends with you too. Ah! I think someone needs my help. Sense is tingling. If I'm right, you got it, bud. Whatever you need, I'm there. Come hang out with me. Heck yeah, I want to visit. All right, it's a plan. I'll stop by later on to hang out. Thanks a bunch. Mew is coming! I'm going to steal a Switch 2 just to play this. Honestly, this is where the concert venue area would be. Oh, okay. So you're going to make like a stadium? You can ask them to stay? Oh, I didn't know that. I thought they just came to visit and bother you. Julian, if there's something to know about this game, is that it enables thievery. So, stealing, you want to steal? You're perfect for the job. Oh, I have one of these. I stole it off the boat. Oh, playing pirate habitat. Oh, I don't have this. Stand in front of the wheel or right by the cannons, and you'll feel like you're sailing the open seas. Will I? Like, look how silly these runs are. Oh, wow. Oh, I don't know which berry I don't have. I still need to figure out which berry I don't have. I think I have this one, and I have the Rost berry, and I have that one, and I have that one, and I have this one, and I have Lepa berries on my island, and I have the yellow one. Take a picture of the ones you don't have. Do you have all the trees? I don't know which ones I don't have. Like, I have these. I'm pretty sure I have a Pecha. I might not have this one. Let me take a picture of this. Press Y. Lum tree? Oh, I see. I'm just gonna take a picture of all of them. Why not? Tree. Tree. Spear tree. Okay, I already have that. And I have Lepa berries in my house. I lose Vox every 5 seconds. There it is. Hello. I always lose you because I'm not paying attention. Oh, you have Crobat already? Ugh. And you have all these houses built? Quilava! I need you so bad. Yay! I love the Cyndaquil line. Oh my god, it's Taco! Welcome in, Taco. Thank you for checking in. Gonna be lurking? Okay, sounds good. Oh, that's a bunch of trash. That is a bunch of trash in there. Is this just on every monitor? Oh, Polka Dot House. This is kind of... Ooh. Oh, everything has polka dots on it. What's this? I'm a friend of Vox. Pleased to meet you. I already know who you are, Aridos. How do you not recognize me? I knew you were coming to visit. Oh, just for me. Oh, let's get some stuff. What stamp do you have today? Oh, just Blastoise? Oh, I wanted to see your items, actually. Ooh, let's do this. Me fully buying all of your stuff. Oh, incredible. 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 Thanks for letting me come visit. Oh. Oh. That's so cute. Yes. Thank you for letting me come visit. Oh, I have that. Hell yeah. Bye! Bye, Mew! Hopefully you come to my island. Ah! So bye! Oh, we love Mew. Dun, 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 dun. Mm. I'm back home. Oh, I forgot I had a radio. Dang, it got dark as hell in my island. I'm thinking we're gonna finish that building and then we're going to switch over to DVD. Because there's not really much I can do besides this, which is time consuming. You got Mew yesterday? So did he just show up at a habitat or what? Like, did you get a trace of it or what? Effects of food have gone. Another hamburger steak. You gotta earn him by collecting all the mysterious. Oh, okay. So that comes with the unknown thing. Alright, so that just means I have to look for more of those, the unknown pieces. Punch, 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 punch. You'll get him without that though? Okay, yeah, because I just spoke to him, right? So cute. Daily Dream Islands? Oh, I have to do that too. You're so right. I should totally do that. Oh. Okay, let's eat another hamburger. I just want to break all that. No more food. Hi, Terry. Terry, look at this. Yeah. I'm Dragonite. I'm Dragonite now. And what? And what about it? I'm just cool. What? That's what I meant yesterday. I'm Dragonite. I'm breaking all this. Sick. How are you doing, Terry? How's work today? It was good? Okay, I'm glad work was good. I hope you're getting home safe. Are you gonna be streaming tonight? You do stream every night, huh? Most weeknights. Right? I was watching you play Fortnite yesterday, and honestly, it looked like a lot of fun. Guys, is Fortnite fun again? Be honest. Are we gonna return to Fortnite? Are we having a return? Because it looked like so much fun yesterday, probably. I don't know. Maybe it's just fun because you're playing. Because I'm grabbing the rivalries. But that's kind of fun. Like, bounties are back, you know? Actually... Terry, how far along are you in Pokopia then? Oh, why can't I? Gotta be top of my friends list. I heard you last night being like, oh, you cannot beat me. I have to beat you. About, who was it, Nor? You're like, I saw Nor had more points than me, and I had to change that. So I was like, oh. You finally passed Nora? Oh my god. Okay, so how many rivalries do you have now? We gotta eat another burger. Guys, we're not done. The rollouts don't stop. Like 190? You have 190 already? Didn't the season start like 5 minutes ago? That is insane. Here, we're gonna throw that there. $900? Oh my god, yes. Was it Zekrom? Was it the Zekrom guy with 900? Or was it after? Yes. Dude, like, what are you doing, 900? 900 rivalries? Season just started. He just is like spamming the boards, huh? Fire has name too. Like you can't even be mad. You're like, of course Zekrom has 900 rivalry points. my gosh, this food runs out so quick. Like, fine, I guess. Yeah, like, I guess Zekrom would have this amount over everybody else. I know, I saw, I was listening to you. You were like, oh, fine. It's like one of my favorite Pokemon too. Like, fuck off. You're so butthurt. You're like, how am I getting beat out by a Pokemon right now? So I'm glad you had a not so terrible day at work. I don't know if it was last week that you were like complaining about something that went on at work. You were like, they know better than you. They hired you to do a job. I think that's what you're talking about. All zones to 10. Yeah, that'll be the goal after I finish the game. Which right now, two of my zones are at 10. Like Bleaky Beach is at 10, and I haven't done shit to that place. Let's see how this looks from back here. Where's my train? Is my train up here? Work is chill usually. That's pretty good though, you know? Chill day at work. Okay, Terry, this is my train. I fixed it after the feedback I got that it was too whiplashy. From your chat. I forget who it was in your chat said that they got whiplash watching you ride it. So I switched it up. I want to see how the... Oh, see, I wish I could see it. I think I'm going to have to tear this all down. Because I want to see the rocket tower from... Yeah, I'm going to have to tear that whole mountainside down. To see Rocket Tower. Beach went down somehow. When you... I mean, my this area goes down to 9 every, like, 5 minutes. Because all I'm doing is, like, building it. Like, I'm breaking people apart. I'm ruining houses. Let's eat another burger. For good measure. Just demolish. Oh! Then I fall. The whiplash. Do you remember that? When you came to visit my island while you were streaming? And somebody in your chat was fully like, damn, I got whiplash just watching you. And I was like, oh. 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 So we're dizzy. Okay, I guess I don't need Graveler. I mean, Graveler would... The hamburger would just help me get through this faster. La 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 la. Just tear it all down. Who needs all this? Well, it can't tear furniture down. On Pallet Town? Okay, Pallet Town is gonna be a whole other adventure because I haven't really even explored Pallet Town yet. Like, I know so many people just like went and started building out Pallet Town, and I'm like, I don't even know what I want it to be. I'm not ready to explore that area. I'm carrying too much stuff, guys. I have four pages of pocket. There ain't no way. Allie's laughing because she knows I'm gonna be there forever trying to figure out what I want it to look like, editing a million things before I'm settled on something. Okay, we low-key still can't see it. Let's eat another hamburger. It's the falling down for me. Like, low-key, even this needs to break. Ooh, our building's about to be finished. I love that we can visit islands, but they need to make it so... No, you can, Terry. You can just, the host needs to travel. As long as it's the host moving, it should be fine. I did it with my brother and his friend. We were able to move through our little islands without exiting. Oh, really? Yeah, as long as the host uses the phone, as long as the host has a home in the island, everyone should be... Everyone should be able to move together. And you all have to agree to move. Even if one person disagrees, you all, like, you don't move. That was so annoying. It was really annoying. But when I was playing with my brother, we were able to figure it out and do it. Let's go back up there. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to get rid of all this. La 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 la. This is actually like weirdly satisfying to just watch the blocks fall like that. Is that weird? With a Charizard to invite me. Dude, oh my god. My brother and his friend both had Charizard. My brother just kind of found him in wild grass, low-key, as a rare spawn. Do you have the... I forget which ones... Let me invite it to my island. I know, I should have invited it to mine so that I could share it with you. The issue is I don't have any space in my inventory to collect any of this. Boba refuses. Why? Why doesn't Boba want you to take it? Please, Boba. It won't leave her island, you know? Yeah, because it's awful soil wood. I know. Oh, dang. There's no bottom. Well? Plans foiled again. Oh! Like, look at it. It's all gone. Oh, this is perfect. This is exactly where I need to stop. Okay. Good to know. Terry, I forget which Pokemon I listed yesterday that you hadn't seen yet. Because I got a few more. I guess Dragonite. Cosmosis, welcome in. Aw, it's okay, Cosmosis. You're here now, and that's what counts. How are you, friend? I have to like look directly above. Have you ever had a Krispy Kreme? Have you? It's a channel redeem if you want to redeem it. The actual audio. Right. Momo! Hi, Momo. Welcome in. Cosmosis and Momo, thank you for checking in and saying hi. How are you guys doing? We're literally about to transition over to Dead by Daylight. Once we complete excavation and go and check in on our building that we're getting finished for the story. Wow. I mean, look at the material. Alright, we'll finish this at a later time. Let's, I'm not gonna lie. You know what I'm fucking gonna do? I'm just gonna leave all these building blocks right here. Alright. Let's travel. DB Disty? Yes! We're moving into DVD. I've been lurking since you showed your chest filled with wood. Momo, were you embarrassed to even talk to me then? I'm sorry. I have so much lumber. I have nowhere to put it. Like, what else? Where am I supposed to put it? Oh. We've arrived home. Guys, is the building done? Be honest. I'm the biggest hoarder. Look, no, girl, I was just caught up doing something. Okay, I just don't know where to put it all. Cozy games like this stress me out because I just don't know where to put everything. Ronnie, did you get to eat today? You always make the best food when I'm streaming. So, have you made food yet? Tell me what you made so I can be jealous. I had a sandwich. It is finished. That's a wrap. Okay. Wicked Witch. Let's go. Justine! There you are, bud. The Skyline Building 4th floor is all finished. You should definitely check it out while you're here. Or you're gonna force me to. Ready for the big reveal? Here we go. Ooh, oh, wait, I like those windows. I'm gonna steal this furniture because I'm pretty sure you can spawn Quilava using the couch. I had got a Berber that was sad. Burnt the bacon. No! The building 4th floor is complete. We did it! We all worked together and totally fixed up this big building. Justine, all of you, thank you for helping me out. Oh, so much for helping me out. I can't read, guys. I had a blast! So it's finally finished, is it? That's quite the feat for Pokemon alone to accomplish. When I heard Sad Burger, I knew Ronnie came back. I had a lot of fun too. It really has become quite a magnificent building. Ho ho ho! Well then, what are we waiting for? What are you waiting for? Let's take a look inside, Justine. Wait, what was that? I see a wild Ronnie. I feel so stupid. I legit thought that was a cute little blazer. No, it's just... I wish I was that fly. You just think so highly of me. I appreciate it. Oh my! What was that just now? I know that cry. This building. What is happening here? What the heck's that voice? I hear it coming from above. Oh my. There's something very odd happening in the sky. The collar part? Ah, I see. Wait, what the fuck is happening? Someone was moving on the roof? Justine, will you please go check the roof of this building? It might be a Pokemon we haven't met before. Please, Justine, do it for me! I'd be crushed if anything happened to this beautiful building we just finished. I know that cry. A Master Ball? Oh, hell no. Tell me it's not. Tell me it's not Mewtwo. Oh, hell no. I knew it. I knew it. Hell yes. What? Terry! Spoiler alert, Terry! I knew that cry. It's embedded in my brain. It went... You know this. Guys. Ain't no way I met Mew and Mewtwo today, by the way. Oh, Terry, if you didn't know, we met Mew on stream as well. You're an odd ditto. Did you and your friends construct this building? We sure did. Who are you? I should have said, who are you? I see. I was concerned that humans might be using the power of their so-called science in unwise ways again. But to hear that this large building was erected by Pokemon is quite a surprise. Where did all the humans go? Stargazer, thank you for checking in. Welcome in. You just hopped in at the right moment. We just met Mewtwo. Iconic. Erected. I do not know. The last time I saw a human was in a city where rain no longer fell. I believe it was called Fuchsia. So we start in Fuchsia, so it's official. Confirmed, Fuchsia City start. They were putting up a peculiar building on a nearby beach. Wait. I think it highly likely that they were plotting something nefarious. If you're curious about humans, I suggest you investigate around there. Although a great deal of time has passed, I can't be sure that the building still exists. Well, you're in luck, Mewtwo, because I've already been feeding the building tons of stuff. I wasn't always into Pokemon growing up, sadly, but always did gravitate toward Mew and Mewtwo. I mean, they're iconic. Momo, I know you didn't play Pokemon growing up, but if you haven't watched the first movie, like Pokemon the movie, you should go watch that. And it's honestly holds up to this day. How are you, Icon? How are you, Icon? Today was a hard day, mentally and emotionally, but we made it to the end, and honestly, stream has really lifted my spirits. We're gonna move on to DVD after this, but playing Pokopia, all the friends were here and hanging out with me for a little bit, and it honestly made me feel great. A great deal. Okay, so that building is a Team Rocket building he's talking about. I don't usually speak at such length. Perhaps this is a sign I've taken a liking to you. And Mewtwo, I've taken a liking to you too, man. Its DNA is almost the same as Mew's. However, its size and disposition are vastly different. Yeah, because Mew is like friendly and warm, and Mewtwo is cold and wants to kill everybody. Mewtwo, the genetic Pokemon, is registered. I'm a master rank! Let's go! It's time I took my leave. Perhaps we shall meet again somewhere. Perhaps. Perhaps not. I watched it in French in school. I gotta rewatch it in English though. Dude, that is the best movie. It's the best movie. I cried watching that movie. I think a lot of people did. Please come back here soon and tell us, guys. I have, boy. Guys, I'm a Dragonite now. Who needs an elevator when you got Dragonite? What happened on the roof? Guys, I met Mewtwo. Oh ho, Hustine. How did it go? Who did you find on the roof? Mewtwo. What's that? Well, I'll be. You found Mewtwo. So now you've even become friends with the legendary Pokemon Mewtwo. Astounding. Truly, what an amazing surprise. I can't believe an incredible Pokemon like that came all this way to celebrate us completing the building. Oh my. Were they terribly good looking? So tell us, did Mewtwo say anything about the humans? Your Dachshund is on my island. Yay! They don't know what happened to humans. They mentioned that building on the beach, yeah. Oh ho, that building we discovered near the cave where you and I first met, eh? Maybe a good idea to investigate that building a bit further. But aside from everything else, it seems that the sudden appearance of Mew can be chalked up to the impressive job you all did rebuilding this great structure. Well done indeed, everyone. Hell yes. I hope we can continue working together like this so that all Pokemon in all the towns can live. Well, that's the goal. Hell yes. Wow. We've completed so much. Rebuild the huge building. Silphco, by the way. Alright. Excellent. Excellent. Oh! Something's rumbling in the tree! No, it's not. Somebody hit the tree. It was Greninja hitting the tree to eat. Let's go see if we can complete another one of those challenges. And then we'll switch games. Boing, boing. I cannot believe we just saw Mewtwo. Like, that was insane. You've arrived home. Well, thanks. All right, we'll go check the.
Me,
Jessica.
Jessica.
Star, how was your day today?
I'm in here.
I'm in here. Oh, I need a Tinkaton gear, right? Yeah, yeah. He's telling all the Pokemon how he doesn't have a house. He does have a house. Don't even play. A lot of work and I'm sick of it. Oh my god. Psst. Justin, talk up the Switch to some more so Omar can hear you and want to buy it. Oh my god, the Switch 2 is such an amazing piece of machinery. So worth the $400 that it is valued at. There's so many opportunities to play the game, to play the console, many games to play, like Mario Kart and Super Smash Bros. You can also play Mario Party with the family, Pokemon, Pokopia, and the new Pokemon games that will continue to be released in the coming years are all worthwhile and they're all worth the purchase. Omar, indirectly to you, this sounds like a great investment opportunity for you and the family. All right, Ronnie, did I do a good job? Lots of electricity. Now, how am I gonna do that? Oh wait, maybe I should build a little water wheel here. I guess I can put windmills. Guys, how is that sponsorship? Nintendo, sponsor me right now. Investment opportunities, say. Yes. And although there is no money back guarantee, I would suggest that happiness and cuteness overload is more important than any dollar. I don't believe that, but I had to say it, you know, to sell the product. How'd I do? Sold! Just like, who the fuck is this crazy ass man? This Puerto Rican man talking about our products. You're gonna send me a cease and desist. Real, I agree with Justin. Cuteness overload. It's honestly cuteness overload, and honestly, it's the best money spent. You know what I mean? I know how to bring power. A light is coming to the wastelands, by the way. Where are my prefabs? I think the prefabs are in here. Yes, they are. Wicked Witch. Oh, I lied. They're not all there. My shit is a fucking mess. I don't know where any of my prefabs are. They in here? Water wheel. Perfect. I know I have a windmill prefab as well that I can place. Or then again, maybe not. It's in one of these worlds that I've thrown all my crap on. But we'll get some over here. Omar, how are you doing? Omar, how's your new job? Are you adjusting well? It's been a few weeks now, right? How have things been? We're going sync recipe, by the way. I turned your ass all the way up so you could hear. Oh, stylish frying pan. Woo! This is what I want. Oh, I should put one of these. This is what we want to see. My cute little Dragonite. We love you. I'm old as fuck and can retain info as quick as I once did. But I'm going to be great, I promise. I feel like you're already doing great, friend. Okay? You're already doing great, you know what I mean? You can't put that energy out there that you're going to be great. We all know how great you are. That's not what I wanted. Does this really not fit in here? Oh, it does. Hell yes.
Have you ever had a dream that you had you could you do you once you could
I don't know if this is the right way, guys. Justin, how was RuPaul? I need a full and honest review, please. Okay. Then you've come to the right place. The RuPaul DJ set was honestly a lot of fun. It was definitely for a certain age group. If you catch my drift. I'm on the struggle bus right now, but with the power of friendship and the lamp from Aladdin, I got this. Wait, what do you mean you're on the struggle bus? Omar. Sorry. Has it really been difficult? I can't imagine that. You seem so capable and confident. You're also very empowering. Like, you just say a lot of supportive words that... I can't believe you're struggling. Like, that's... I hope you know we all got you. And it's still really new. Like, you're not... No, it's gonna take a while to learn everything. Okay, that's exactly what I want. Let's find our little blocks. Oh, I never sucked them up. Suck, suck, suck. Where did the blocks go? Oh, they're down here. I was like... I'm missing some blocks that I didn't suck up. There's so much info to retain. I'm not getting the support from the bosses, but I got this. Okay. Yeah, of course. Drop some homework on me. I love that. I love when the kiddos are like, Mom, homework. Yeah. Let's do... Oh, and then we just need 2 Pokemon. Heracross and Goomy. Let's bring Tinkaton over here. Hey, Tinkaton, I know that you make buildings much quicker than normal people. Tinkaton and Conkeldurr, should we just bring them both? I think so. Back to the RuPaul thing. RuPaul is definitely for a group of people of a certain age. The music was a lot of fun. The openers were cool. The first opener was not that great, but the second opener was a lot of fun. And then RuPaul was just playing like more house than disco, which was not what I was expecting. It was a lot of house music, a lot of freestyle music. But it was just RuPaul being old. I don't know if you've seen any TikToks of other RuPaul shows, but you know, she's dressed in a suit. She's wearing her like workroom outfit, and she's getting up on the stage and she's dancing. Yeah, she acts exactly like that. Like, that's exactly what her show is like. Take a ton, come here. Follow me. A little pace it back and forth, a little 1-2. Exactly. Just a little, it's the hit. She hits a little 1-2. She does her little pointing. She does her. It's a lot of that. Love Tinkaton, such a cutie and an icon. We love Tinkaton, and in this game, it's a special Tinkaton. It's Tink Master. That's her name, and she has a cool hammer. Conkeldurr, you're coming with me. How was the DJ set itself? It was not what I expected. I would give it like a 7 out of 10. Like the actual DJing, 6 or 7. It depends on like the kind of music you're into. I just was expecting a lot more RuPaul music and a lot more disco than I got. And yeah, I mean, I had a great time regardless. But those are my thoughts. Like, I just was expecting more of the Sissy That Walk, and I didn't get a lot. I didn't get a lot of RuPaul music. It was more like her own mixing of music to songs that she enjoys, which, I mean, if you got it like that, you might as well. You know what I mean? Noted. Thank you, bestie. Yeah, I would. If you are not ready to be standing for an hour and just kind of like doing this, I would say the show's not for you. But if you're just there to vibe, and I would say it's a drinking show, like very much for people who want a little drink, want a little dance. Also, the age group was just like 50 plus. I think the young people there were more like drag race fans. Like, I was singing some of the freestyle music, but not everybody was. Who's having trouble? I know I left you guys in the dust, but there's Tinkaton. Is Conkelder really having trouble? I just want you to do this in 5 seconds, Tinkaton. Come. Oh, interesting. Yeah, like, I think I heard a few people leaving the show being like, oh, I thought I was gonna hear, like, RuPaul songs. Like, I was surprised we didn't get, like, Supermodel of the World. Like, why didn't we hear that? We didn't get that song at all. And I thought at the very least we were gonna get Supermodel of the World, like her only hit single, you know what I mean? Come here, Conkelder. We have work to do. Oh, actually, I need her to do stuff too. Make Poke Gears. Oh, it's ingot stuff, isn't it? I don't even have iron. You know what? You just build this girl. $8.19. Oh, sooner than I thought. Perfect. Enough time to set up a little windmill. That's fine, I guess. Oh, I'll have it there, actually. That's better. And we can... need twine. Have fun, you guys. Bye. She's gonna be done in 5 minutes. Like, maybe we just stay playing this until she's finished building, you know? Let's get more ingots for her, too, because she needs to make gears. Diglett in the flowers. Oh, we can move Diglett up here. Oh my god, iconic. We're definitely moving Charmander and Charmeleon up there. Twine, and I really don't have ingots, huh? I think I have some in the fire. Fire. The fire that's over here. Hi, Onyx. Flap, flap, flap. It is iron ore and sea glass fragment. Interesting. Okay. We're gonna have to go back over there. And if we just go back and forth enough times, we'll have killed enough time to let those things build. Pa, 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 pa. Jars of honey. Whee! Look at them working so hard. Oh, I didn't get sea glass. Two jars of honey. So we have 4 more badges to get. So I don't know how many more badges we need to get. Or how many more things we need to carry back and forth with us. But we do have 4 more badges left to complete. Do you not have a house? The water wheel is complete. Oh, I don't have any utility poles, by the way. Don't I? Oh, I do have utility poles. Oh my god, I'm iconic. I'm iconic for that. Let's see. See, because now we can have utility poles running from this way. Like up and over. Now that we have all this electricity. That's a wrap. Great. Great. Hell yeah. Damn Skippy. Like, girl, be so serious. Yes. And how much time do you need? We're just gonna keep breaking things, keep breaking things. I'm not gonna lie, honestly, I don't know how long it's gonna take her to do all that. She's still working. Still working on it. Okay, while she works on this, I'm going to save. We'll call it there. We'll turn on some DVD, you know, for the vibes. Get some spooks in. That was a lot of fun. We saw Mewtwo, like incredible story so far. We will complete those badges off stream, but I will save the last badge for stream Friday, so I can take a break from the game, get back to my roots, get back to the gameplay we want to see too. DVD. I love Hatara, the Pogo Poke Pokopia storyline. Just another level of lore building that Pokemon has never really adventured into, but I think that they're doing an incredible job of building the world. I said this on stream on yesterday that I wish the main series games had more of that build, like world building. It seems that like they keep it surface level. Like I get the lore each story has is like relevant to my hat is all lopsided, is relevant to the game itself, but I wish there were more collectibles. I wish there were more hints and like more things to actually learn about the universe itself. Ria, checking in 14 times. You're an icon. You're a legend. Thank you for being here and checking in on us. We can totally run DVD open lobbies. For anybody that wants to play. Let me switch things around real quick. We're gonna play some music. We're playing Eating. That's Eating by Sukiana. That is not the song that we were supposed to listen to. I got here just in time. Yes, you did. Ria, my Pia. I'm trying to read. I can't read. Guys, that was hard. So true. Yeah, I think if the main game, Pokemon games, had more collectibles, had more things for us to actually collect and like force us to learn more about the other worlds, then I do know the song. I'm pretty sure this is the song that Julian was talking about. Reading what Ali called it. I can't read that. Guys, somebody shaded me yesterday in in someone's chat, and they were like in Charlie's chat, and they were like, not enough time to put spaces in between each word in your name. And I was like, excuse me? Excuse me? It's a username. You're not supposed to have spaces in your username. That's rude. Shaded me? What does that mean? I'm old. You're also straight. Shaded means like to put off a little bit of judgment and side eye, but usually it's not supposed to be malicious. But if you don't know the person, sometimes it can be. So it's like a side eye moment. What are you doing? That's what shaded means. Like you're judging somebody a little bit. So they judged my name, and I was like, I don't even know you. um. Let's get this show on the road. Honestly, let's play a killer match. Why the fuck not? Killer has bonuses. We were having fun with Ghostface. Excuse me. Ghostface is your main. We love Ghostface. If it's not Huntress, it's Ghostface, I think. Back in my day, we call that hating. It is hating. We still call it hating. You're a hater. Omar. Alright, guys. This is my first DBD game. Do we make it out? Alright, Star. Are you here to give me good feedback on my Ghostface gameplay? I'm gonna judge so hard. Please don't. I'm so bad. When the music is so loud. You're not good at him either. Get out of here. My generator. Oh. I see you. Aw, they exposed me. Girl. They were working on this? They're on like 5 different gens. Why are they all on different gens? Oh, they're going for Hook. Okay, they got that gen done. That gen had so much progress on it too. They got Hook. Aw, Frisky. Okay, Ghostface. Hi, Jelly. What's up? Welcome in. We're about to open up duos if you want in. Oh, I wasn't even. Girly. That's not right. How are you doing, Jelly? Oh, too much. So much for helping her. Oh! Ooh, good try. Good try, Nia. Damn, she tried to eat me up. She tried to eat me up. Doing the most. Yeah, you got me once. You're not gonna get me again. No. Bad, Nia. Oh, you're gonna trade. You're gonna trade. Have fun. Nia, that's not how you're supposed to do that. Oh, it's Bill! Bill. You wanna come back? I didn't think so. Where's he? Bacon Bits don't give a fuck. I know, Bacon Bits said, I'm gonna save my friend. Just don't mind me. You're doing great. I head to Seattle in 2 days. Oh, nice. That's fun. Is it a work trip? Aw, GG. I thought she was gonna have DS for sure. Visiting Jaden? Oh, that's awesome. I hope you have fun. I hope the weather's nice. About the time of the year I went to go, I met him back in April of last year. The Straws wanted out. But they're playing kind of obvious, right? Like, they have to know I'm coming this way. Easy slug. Sorry. Oh, Bill. Bill, look back! Bill, I'm right here! The airports aren't ass. Do you have... Oh, no power struggle. Well, guys. Maybe I'm not washed. GG's. 100 out of 10. See, and I'm not the type to stay around there, but, like, you shouldn't be just rushing for hook saves, you know what I mean? And that's a big GG. Are you a killer? Because you slayed. Well, Seattle should be fun. Hopefully it's not super cold. Why is it playing this music? This is not what I want. This is not what I wanted. This is not what I planned. $50, $60? Oh, that's not bad. Period dub. I know, like that was easy. Easy dubs. Oh, easy match. Hello, I was the Bill from the last match. You tunneled me out. Did I tunnel? Or were you just the last guy left? Hi, Vox. How did your message come up all pretty like that? Try effect. Oh, I didn't mean to pin you. I'm absolute cinema. It's absolute cinema.
Have you ever had a Krispy Kreme? Have you ever gone to Krispy
Yeah.
Kreme? Was it crispy?
No.
Yeah, right. Right.
Icon. That lady is an icon. Because was it crispy?
It was great. And apparently, I've never been on live television before. What?
Pancake has the Krispy Kreme lady sticker? No way! This and Pooja. Pooja, what is this behavior? Pooja, that the part of that scene, Jelly, that is in my brain is begging for it, in for it, dying for it. Yeah, literally, you're dying. Yes, that's the part I say all the time. You're asking for it, dying for it. Literally, I say that all the time. That is the brain itch that I have. Get off my back. Honestly, she's iconic. Pooja, what is this behavior? What a good video. I have a lot of vocal stems in here. What's another vocal stem? Oh, this. Yeah. That's a huge vocal stem. I always say that. Oh, this is a vocal stem on stream.
Just vote.
Just vote. Just vote.
Just read. I know I'm gonna be out, so just vote.
Ban him. We don't do that here. We don't do that here. I have not played this map. Guys, this is my second time on this map. I don't know anything about this place. Oh! Guys, I just got clipped! Just walk away. Oh my god. I just got my shit wrecked. I knew I heard footsteps. Oh, hey. Tricked. But okay, is this the convenience store? Oh no, this is supposed to be the good killer loop. With this pallet here. Watch, drop pallet. Drop pallet, drop pallet, drop pallet, girl. You know you want to. Yeah, drop the pallet. No, girl. There's one spot where you can see both exit gates from being in one building. Ooh. Face the wall like a good pro killer. What in the auto aim? I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Hi, Skya. Welcome in. Skya, make sure you get your check-in for being here. It's a channel redeem. We're going to open up queue in a second. We'll have 2 spots open. You're mine. No. Oh, okay. Oh, you're going for Hook. I hate to be this guy, but... Oh shit! What the fuck was that? How the fuck did that? Me when I accidentally tunnel? Yeah, I know. Oops. Oh hey.
What was that? Okay, James.
There's a vault here? Oh. Then what was I hearing? Oh, she went back to it. Oh, Michaela, come here. I'm not done talking to you. Oh, she just disappeared? Oh, there she is. Michaela, I just want to talk. I just want to talk, Michaela. Oh, look who it is. How are you still not healed? No flashlight on her. Oh, I wasn't even trying to get close to that valley. I didn't even know it was there. Drop it, freak. Go ahead, fall. You are not the hero you think you are, Lori. Hey, get out! Stop it! When I yell at a girl, it's because I've never yelled at a girl like this, actually. What's the line? Line! Now I'm gonna be annoying. Look, I have 3 gens left. I mean, look at her. Michaela's here, fully healed. I'll be a little aggro. Oh! Everyone point and laugh at the sandbag. That is crazy. And she made it over. Ain't no way she made it over. That sandbag was crazy. Jester yells at girls. You know, there was some... I was quoting something. I feel like I speak to women in a calm voice. I don't know where the fuck I am in this map. It's all so new to me. Like, I keep getting lost. Oh. Lori. Hi, girl. The sprint burst? Was she trying to, like, fake me out with the sprint burst? Ooh, GG's on the spin. Come on, drop it. Drop it, you know you want to. Oh, good spin. Nice. She went back for the vault? I'm gonna go find the gen they're working on. Okay, maybe Lori is... Oh no, convenience store. Is that the convenience store? I thought this was a convenience store. Hate that loop so strong. Trying to listen for the gen. Oh, this gen. Oh. Michaela, I see you. Where'd you go? I hear you. Drop pallet. No, doesn't drop the pallet. Are you trying to hold this pallet? Come here, Michaela. I have a hook I want you to sit on. This hook is right here. Oh, someone's there. It's Lori. Again. Lori really wants to play. The fake out sprint burst is kind of nasty. Come on, Vault. Vault. Vault, you know you want to. Ooh, she's just better at the spins. And the finesse. I'll just go kill your friends, I think. 2 Vault, 2 Pallet. Ooh. I'm just gonna kill her friends. One. A 2. Damn. This Meg does not fear the pallet. You, unfortunately, cannot spin like your friend can. GG's, Meg. And just like that, Meg's dead. I feel like these gens are really... Oh, there's Michaela. Ugh. Lori wants me to take the chase. Drop the pallet. Not as strong as you said it was, huh, Jelly? Aura rating. Aura rating the 11. Oh my god. Aura reading the 11 is insane. I see Lori in there. Lori really wants me to take this chase with her sprint bursts. I will say I've survived the sprint burst chase without whiffing. I can't say the same for her spins. She's just better at spinning. Where's the other gen? Oh, they're about all... Like, they're all so far away from each other. She's a ballerina. Yeah, she is. She is such a pretty ballerina. Look, there she is again. She dropped her map. Sprint burst? Girl. Girl. I know that you have it. I'm coming to get ya. Oh, I'm such an asshole. I'm so bad at fucking chasing her. Another pallet. I want her to drop. Oh, she's just better than me. Not that time. Oh, she vaulted. Yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get. That's what you get, Lori. That's what you get, Lori. GG's. GG's. Now, Lori, you were really good. Oh. It's hard to get to the gens. Oh, Michaela, there you are. You also have sprint burst? Like, girly. Everyone's trying to run away. Why are you running? No, I want the 11. I need to find 11, guys. I don't know what Gen 11 is on. It must be that one all the way over there. The one so far away. Oh! I'm bad at the game, guys. Really bad. I'm bad at the game twice. See her aura. Into the store. Out of the store. Now I'm back to the gen. I'm gonna do this. Does she not know where I was? Hey girl. I'm not even over there. Guys, I wasn't even facing the pallet. I wasn't even facing the pallet. Well, she went out that way. Good try, guys. GG's. GG's. Aw, not botting out. You didn't like the stabby stab? You didn't like the killy kill? Oh, my bad. I just wanted to take a picture with you. GG's. That Laurie was really good. The Michaela wasn't bad either. Alright, we're opening the lobby up. We have 2 spots if anybody wants to join. You can take a picture of me. If anybody else wants to play, 2 spots. We're doing 2 games each. Open lobbies for anybody who wants to play for another hour. I have to go. Star, please don't overwork yourself. You're doing amazing. I'm so happy you're here. Momo, let's go. You're doing amazing. I know that you're so busy with work, but I know you're so talented and you got it. I believe in you, and I'm just glad you come and make my day and you hang out with me, even though you're stressed out and busy. Momo's here, and Vox will join. Period. We'll have a full squad. Okay, after this, after I finish the update to my town, so we can play a match, huh, Vox? Is that okay? Can we ready up for this one? We're doing no comms. Comms in the chat. Because it's hard for me to focus unless, you know, we're all chatting. So I'd rather just chat to the stream. And if you all are listening, loving, laughing, that's all I could ask for. Yes? Okay, bet. We'll get Vox in after this match. I readied up. Let's BRB. I'm going to use the bathroom. Agreed. Comms is tough when you're streaming. Yeah, it's tough when you're streaming, especially when, like, not everybody is streaming. You know what I mean? It's way easier when you're comming with others who are streaming, in my opinion. Alright, we're back. We're back. Are we ready to loot these O's? Cause I sure am. Dancing till I die. Alright, Skya, be honest. How bad was I at killing? Or have I improved? Honestly. I need your honest feedback. Also, Skya, how have you been? Are you almost done with school? I feel like I ask you that every time you're here, and it's because like you go so long without talking. I honestly like never remember how much longer you have left. Also, if you guys miss past streams and just wanna laugh at stuff I did 3 days ago, all of my VODs are on YouTube. So if you want to see me there, if you want to know what's been going on stream, all of March's VODs are uploaded there. I've also been posting a lot of clips, not a lot, but I will be posting more clips coming up. So I'm excited to have more stuff online about like all the adventures we go on stream, all the gameplay, all the laughs and stuff. That's honestly what I'm hoping to do, is sort of archive this experience. Like I just want to archive streaming, archive like how fun it's been, all of the new friends. Yeah, and I'm excited to like have all you here, to be honest. Like that's the best part of this, hanging out with my friends. All right, do we know the killer? Anybody? Do we have eyes on the killer? Yes, Momo. And honestly, it's been so great getting to know you better and like hang out with you more. And Vox and Stargazer. Like Sky is a real one. Sky is an OG, but all the new friends are so appreciated. And I love that you guys enjoy being here. It makes me so happy. So we're doing 2 games each, but we'll do a 3rd game with these 2 because we'll add Vox. And then we'll do 2 games with that squad, with that duo. And if anybody else wants to rotate in, we can, or we can stick with our squad. You and your stream. This is your vibe. I'm so happy it's a vibe because I think part of streaming that gets me worried is that people don't like being here, and I'm like, well, that's not fun because that means I'm doing it wrong. You know, I want people to want to be here. My audio's not working. It's Doctor. No! Nice, Sable. Sable, I can take the chase. Hey, girly. Gotta go. He left. He left me. He left me. Get her done, Momo. Get her done. Momo! Oh, I have to be Arella. Gotta match Momo's vibes. I'm gonna head to the next gen. Momo, you don't mind if I let you sit there for a little bit, huh? He's coming right the fuck over here. He doesn't know. Wait, why couldn't I drop that power? Guys. Guys. I'm bad at the game, guys. Run! Run! Get out of here! No, run! Run! He's right there! He's right there! Get out of here! Run! No! Run! Nah! Behind you, behind you! Oh, I have to snap out of it. I have to snap out of it, I can't heal you! Alright, we have to go get Momo. This is not cute. There's a generator right here. Yep. Momo, I'm coming! Is he really chasing me? He's over there. Why is he camping you? Why is he camping your hook? Why is he camping you? Go get Sable. Big whiff on Sable. Nice! Why is he tunneling Momo? Be serious. Tunneling Momo is nasty work. I think we have a baby killer, guys. Oh, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Do I still have this pallet? Oh, there's no pallet here. I really can't save. Go, go, run, run, run! Yeah, get him! Oh, good loops, good loops, good try. Good try, good loops. You did so good. It's my first hook. Oh, you're both hurt. That's not good. We need a full reset, huh? No! Oh, snap out of it! I'll take a hit. No, Momo! Let's go. This way. He's over there. He's over there. Oh no. I think we've... Oh. Over here, come. You're a bitch. I hate you. Oh my god, the slow vault is nasty. Oh, it's already dropped. Oh, it's gone. All this is gone. Oh, hey, Dives. How are you? W Stun. Thank you, Momo. How are you, Dives? Welcome in. Make sure you get your check-in, friend. How are you doing? Here, let me heal you. Yes, Dives. Watched someone play DBD the other day for the first time. I was like, they need a Justin tutorial. I'm dead. How are you doing, Dives? He's coming. Let's go. Got a blast. He doesn't want me. He's tunneling. He's tunneling stable. Come get me. Oh, did he do that right? He doesn't want me! No, leave my friends alone! This is ridiculous! This game is a mess! Oh, hey. Hey. Gotta go! Guys! That's how I feel. This girl Alyssa was like IGLing, IGLing, and she was like, "You're just slugging, don't stress." And I was like, "Oh, she knows her concepts. She knows her vocabulary word." Why is your skin and think Nick 830? This guy is brown, okay? Don't disrespect my boy Gabe like this, okay? Baby daddy Gabe in his underwear. Don't worry, after this game, Box will be here. We'll be fine. I'm so sorry, I ain't got my glasses. This man is brown. Sable, please. Oh my god, Sable the goat. I'm coming, baby. Come save us. Come carry us to freedom. I'm in the lobby. Oh, period. Deep squint. And what that look? Dang, all that progress we did on this. W oppression tech. Maybe it's the shirt. He only wears one. It's like, don't you learn? He doesn't fall for fakes. He doesn't fall for fakes. Oh, big swing on the big motherfucker. Oh, so close. Leave me slugged, you won't. Leave me slugged, you won't. The way my cat stood up at that scream. She got spooked. Is Sable really gonna try to save me again? Oh, actually, I should just let myself go. I messed up. I messed up, guys. I got too ambitious, you know? Let's say that. I should have just let myself go. Well, that was the game. That wasn't bad. The loops were fun. I'm not gonna lie. We were having a good time with the loops. Let's get Box in here.
That's for sure.
What are these names? Who is this? I need to know. Who is this? Who is the Saltburn me a not DVD player? You ate. Thanks. Is Ark? Ark, be serious. Ark. That is unhinged. Diabolical and epic. Like, Ark, what are we doing? Ark, what are we doing?
Okay.
Like, are we doing Hellfire Club or are we gonna do... Yeah, let's all be different. Guys, I thought Gabe would be hot sexy without pants on, but it honestly kind of just pisses me off. I'm sorry to hear you're just hanging in there, Dives. We have had a rough go at life as well, here in the last month, but we ball, and things are hopeful, but not perfect. But I'm excited. I'm excited to put more energy into myself and like being productive. You know what? We ball. Yeah, you know we know. Yeah, exactly. We just ball. We vibe. I think that's enough to get us by, to be honest. And with that, those two simple ingredients. Also, Dives, we have sub badges in chat. They are based on the DVD rank and Pokeballs. So, just so you know, if you ever got gifted a sub, you'd have a little badge. The audacity of me finding a hot man while I'm disabled is despicable. You're disabled? What, did you fall? Did you hurt yourself? Are you okay? Yeah, with the Prime. And now you have a cute little bronze Pokeball right by your name. Yeah. You were in a coma for 5 days? Dives, what? What happened? How did that happen? That's so scary. I'm so happy you're okay. I'm just happy you're okay and you're here to tell the tale. But being in a coma for 5 days is insane. That is so scary and crazy. Tuvelo! I forgot my name is Crazy Dude Gone to troll my friend. I noticed. But it came up as Vox on PlayStation, like on my friends list. Everything fine, we good. Are you sure? I have a bit of a stutter and walk with a cane, but all temporary. I had hella seizures and they put me in a medical coma. My kidneys were not filtering shit. So were you just like in sepsis? That's so scary. I'm happy you're okay. And I'm happy you're here. Please come around more and keep us updated, because you shouldn't go through that alone. And you know you have community. I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you're better. I'm so sorry that happened to you. That's so scary. Yeah, I'm happy you guys are good. I mean, I'm sure it was scary for your boy Sue and like your whole family. So I'm just happy you're there and okay. Getting better, and I hope taking care of yourself, because if I know you, that's not something you're doing. Ignore the coffee. We're starting games with this lobby again. So this is game 1 of 2. I have been a little bit more present online. I'm working on the taking care of. Good. And that's important. I mean, and that's all anybody who cares about you is asking, is that you take care of yourself, do better. I hate this map so much. Hey. Oh, hey. We're going to the same concert. Oh, everyone's here. Being home actually helps. Hospital is like, oh yeah. There's like a sense of dependence that's not very great. You're Guys, I'm scared. Do we have eyes on the killer? Momo. I hate this map. Momo, who is it? Be honest. Is it Ghostface? Who's that walking over there? He passed 2 hooks, by the way, and I couldn't wiggle out. How did that work? Now, how did that work? I'm like, girl, let me crawl. Yeah, Como said, yeah, no break. Okay, nice. Oh, seizures are so scary. Oh my god, that's so scary. Yeah, oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Myers is scary. That's get dark, but your bad now. No, I feel you. And there's space for that here. Like, we're not gonna dwell on it, but I'm glad you're catching us up. So Myers is being Myers. I am nervous he's coming back this way. He's right behind me, isn't he? Oh, he's right there! I think he's going straight for Mark, to be honest. Run, Mark, run! No! No! Guys. Tell me he brought the. I think he brought this. Oh no, he didn't. He brought cake. Pie. Who brought this map? The BS and struggles? Yeah. Got a wake up call, and I'm sorry that it came to that. Guys, what is going on? No! Go! I'm so stressed out. No, he's right there. He didn't see us. He didn't even see us. He didn't even see us. Never. He did. He literally walked right past us. We both got spooked. Watching you help a killer once. Oh yeah, I've helped plenty a killer. Guys, he's gonna come right out the window. How does he just automatically have his power? I'm coming. I guess this is just like hatch match, right? Yeah, Vox is the only one without Death Hook. He's outside. He's outside. He's out there. He's out there. Yeah. Oh. He's coming, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming! I'm stalking Mark! Hey! Stop looking at him! Go, go, go! Go, 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 go! Go, 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 go! He's right there. He actually hit me, what a freak! The focus. How could you? Who's next? Everyone get in line for Myers, for Daddy Myers to kill you. Who's next? Who's next? Who's dying? Who's dying? Who is it? Did you see me? Come on, come on, come on, Daddy. Let's go, Mr. Myers. Miguel. Come on. Oh, now you don't want to hit us. Oh, now you don't want to hit us. Now you don't want to one-shot us? Oh, now that we're succumbing. Oh, you don't want us to be submissive? Oh! Oh, he said submissive. He said submissive. Look at all three of our bodies just on top. All three of our bodies on top of each other is hilarious. Alright, Momo, do you think he's gonna let you out, or is he gonna be nasty? Oh, it's right there! In that room! Oh, I heard it! Outside, 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 outside! Oh no, it's right there! Oh my god! You're iconic! Oh my god, iconic! Let's go, Momo. That was fun. I am gonna put my corrective action instead of wig lips. Just suffering by plague. That seems correct. That was fun. I love this game. I love dying in this game. I love running in this game. I love every part of this game. So, that was fun. It was fun to run and be scared by. You didn't want us to be submissive, and then all of a sudden, it's grabbing people, grabbing bitches up, left and right. I love watching you play. I was so excited seeing you live. Dude, we haven't even really been playing DBD recently. We've been playing Pokopia for like the last 4 days. I was playing Pokopia for like 2 hours earlier. We're trying to diversify. I want to get back into Fortnite, low-key, because the new season looks fun. And it was fun playing like for the 1 or 2 matches I played. I'm never on my phone right now, but I'm trying to start popping in more. No! Now that I'm like less overstimulated. Maybe it was like your overstimulation, huh? I want Pokopia. Pokopia is so much fun. It is honestly so much fun. I've been enjoying it so much. We built a roller coaster. Every world is gonna have a roller coaster. I'm just excited. I've been having incredible days. Like days on Pokopia. We met Mewtwo today. Like, okay, we're him officially. Doctor's appointment airport where I find out when I can play Fort, like how long at a time. Oh, okay. That's not bad. That's not bad that you're gonna have some like stipulations, because you know you need to take care of yourself. The doctor can tell you like, hey, you're not the same gal you used to be. You can't. Your screen time needs an adjustment. Well, you're gonna have to do so. Doctor is thinking like an hour. Yeah. Playing cozy game. So Poco, perfect cozy game. Stardew Valley. Cult of the Lamb is a cozy game, but with like a twist, and I kind of dexterity is oof. It's still kind of slow. You feel like sluggish and like foggy still. That's so tough. That is so scary. I don't know what I would do. I think I would have to like be like, shut it down. Shut it down. Pull the plug. And I don't want to do it. I don't want to deal with it. I know it's probably way easy for me to do something like that. My brain is like normal speed, but movement and speech is catching up. Where's Vox? Vox. Where did Vox go? Do we back out? I guess. Yeah, I don't know where Vox went. Vox! Oh! Vox is just in the lobby. It kicked me out. Alright, back out. Just vote. Just vote. So I always feel insecure because I sound like I don't know what's going on, but listen, I'm still funny as fuck. I'm dead. The past few weeks I can type. Each text for a minute. Ah. So crazy. How long ago was this? It had to be recent, huh? Like the beginning of the month. So sad to hear. Makes me really sad for you. Not it kicked you, Vox. Vox, what did you do? Who did you? You didn't make a reservation. Did you make the bouncer mad? God, that's so long ago. That's nearly 2 months ago. That's so scary. Dun dun dun. You got out mid-late Feb. Oh my god, you were there so long. You're just being observed and like honestly like couldn't function. That's so scary. That is so scary, but I'm happy you're okay. Bum bum bum. I hate that I know this song. Also, that song is definitely not this vibe. We're about to put this song back. Yeah, I don't know if my doctor tells everyone this, but he was like, you made me believe in God. And I was like, well, fuck, don't put that pressure on me. Oh my God. Finally, guys. What is up with these lobbies? Okay, Vox made it. Momo made it. Will Mark make it? Mark made it. Hell yeah. We're all in this. We're all in this lobby, guys. Okay, be honest. If I planned this song. Is the girl Mr. Doctor Guy? No, literally. Honestly, Dives, I don't know how you're going to take this, but this is the kind of white lady I imagine you to be. And not like the drug taking kind, but like this vibe, like Slater. You kind of give me that vibe. This song is so good. Half white, but I do look pretty male. I mean, this is how I see it. If people think you're white, you're probably white. And it's okay to be half. Doesn't take away from anything about you. This song is so good. Oh, technology. So I started dating a Korean guy, and every time I make fun of my whiteness, he gets so upset. Why? I think it's funny. Oh, there's the Walking Dead map, right? Known this map for years. Oh, it's a big ass Nemesis. Big swing, you big bitch. Oh, you got your fucking girlfriend Bethany here. Oh. Big. Oh my God, you god. Get through there. Go, go, go. Run, run, run. You big bitch. That's a light. Oh, hey, keep your hands to yourself. Hey, don't be hitting people like that. Is he chasing the Methany? Oh, no, he went over to the fucking gen. Mm-hmm. Can I run? Big whiff. Oh my god, what was happening there? I can't explain it. Oh, hey, come back. I'm not done with you. Come back here. Hey, leave Momo alone. Fucking big ass bitch. Momo. Methany? Yes, the comms are so enjoyable. I like playing this game solo because I'm literally just chatting. No, Momo, we found you! At the end of the he's like, hey. He's Asian, he looks 22, I'm dead. Methany, the Methany. Yes, our friend Rosa, he calls them Methany and I can't get that name out of my head. Yeah, we need to do another gen because we're having too much fun with it. That was fun! No! He's getting us! Oh, are you all just fucking around over there? Okay. I have Wiglif. I have Wiglif. I have Wiglif. Go, go, go! Go, 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 go! Stupid bitch. Come and get me, you big old bitch. Oh, he doesn't want me. Run. He literally... You big back. No, we hate Nemesis. Nemesis is a big back bitch. Bad built blonde. Bad built body blonde bitch. Basic bitch. Whatever it is that she says. Oh, you totally don't look your age at all, Nice. You and I have the same problem of looking just a little younger than we are. Leak, I need hair. I don't know where Mark is, but we got the gen done. What is this? Oh, I found Mark. Mark, over here. Or no, is that Vox? Vox! No, let me heal you, let me heal you. Here he comes, he's coming. He's coming. Fucking Methany, look at her limping ass. Where are you going to? She is darting toward somebody. Look at her. She is zooming. Nice. Fucking Methany. Look at her. Why'd she run the fucking back? Oh, spicy bone. No. They're both fucking chasing me. These fucking crackheads. Dude, we hate Automod. Oh, they left me alone. Brew ass bitch, yeah, dude. He's coming right the fuck towards you guys. We were messing with this guy so bad. Big whiff. Oh, but I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. There's no pallets left. He went back to the gen? He went back to gen because he's an idiot. I need to leave this area. There's no pallet here. No, 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 he's here. He doesn't want me. He don't want me. He doesn't want me. Oh, I'm running toward him. Okay. No. I hear you, Momo. Momo, the gen outside, it has progress on it. It's coming back here. Fucking, this guy doesn't hit any of his punches. Oh, Mark! Hey, behind you! Come here, come here! No, you're hiding behind the rock. Where'd you go? Oh, I was like, I thought you were hiding behind the rock. Everyone was touching me, everyone was trying to heal me. We need to get Momo. Okay, there's Vox. Leading the zombie away. Did we 3-gen ourselves? That zombie could not be bothered. Momo! He doesn't want me. Mark out the hook. Hey, yo, Edgar. Edgar, come here. Hey, yo. Edgar, come here. Edgar, come here. While they open the door. Come, come, come. Come. He is zooming his little feet. He don't want me. He's going to the door. 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 Good night, DJ. Thank you for being here. I'm glad you got to hang out with us while you played Rivals. I hope your games weren't horrible. Go. Run, 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 run. Go, 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 go! Go, 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 go! Yes! Let's go! Hit him again! Hit him again! Yes, fuck that game. And this is why I don't play it. Good night, DJ. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for hanging out. W4 out. We ate that up. That Nemesis couldn't take us. GG's Nemi. GG's. Big GG's for the Nemesis. They were playing really aggressive at the end there too. Good job, friends. I'm down to just keep playing if you guys want to. I'm ending in 15 minutes anyway, so I'm down to keep running games for the next 15 minutes. Just to wrap up stream if you want. We're not gonna rotate at all. It doesn't seem like people are looking to play, which is okay. I'm down. Okay, I love hanging out with you guys. This has been so much fun. These games have. I've enjoyed myself. Yes, I'm so happy. Stream has changed so much in even just the last like 3 months, and so I'm just happy people enjoy their time here, and enjoy each other like strangers meeting. Like all my worlds are colliding on Twitch, and I kind of enjoy that. Like I enjoy that everyone can just sit here and watch and chat and hee hee and haha and goof off. You know what I mean? W community, and guess what? You make the community, Momo, and you guys are all to thank for the community I have here, because without you I wouldn't even be doing this. Like I would have no reason to stream if it wasn't to hang out with my friends, you know. This CJ turning on Rivals is hilarious. CJ's like, I'm over it. I don't even want to know what this game's about.
I thought I was gonna die.
Well, you're in luck, Eddie. You're very much alive. Excuse me. Which killer are we manifesting? Okay. Cynthia Revo. Powers. I'm manifesting a Bubba. For the not Cynthia. Bubba, Blight. No stealth killers. Myers was so hard. Oh baby, I don't fuck with Bubba like that. I can fuck with a Blight. Blights are fine. We can do a Blight. Manifest the Blight. Why don't you fuck with Bubba? We love Bubba. I shouldn't have done that. I should not have done that. My Bubba impression. I hate Bubba so much, girl. Like, I don't know why. Why? I guess it's the haste. Skill show on my part. No. Bubba is hard, especially on loops. I take Billy over Bubba. Yeah. Let's get a Billy. That's how Billy sounds in my head. Onryo. Oh, okay, nice. It's an Onryo, guys. Oh, as Beast calls it, an Oreo. And one Billy because those piss me off too. Oh yeah. Billies who don't wanna dash. I like this map actually a lot. Damn, already on Momo. Mindbreaker, by the way. Oh. Here, let me heal you. I'm sorry! No! It's because you did the video, huh? I really don't know. I still don't really understand how she works. Cindy, this bitch is messing up my floor. Oh. Miss me, ho. Guys, how many whiffs have we gotten tonight? I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted because of Mindbreaker, guys. I hate you! You wet bitch! Guys, what? Ryan with the raid! Oh my god, what a surprise, friend! No way you end the stream. Are you not feeling well? Be honest, how are your games? Welcome in, Ryan. Hi, Jelly, welcome in. Oh my god, Momo, the double agent. Hi, Justin. Oh, hey, Fran. Hey, stranger. How you doing? Guys, what is going on? Yeah, I'm not feeling the best and was like, let's do a nice 3-hour stream. You caught us right in our last few games. We'll play one more just because you rated. I hope you had good games. I hope you take care of yourself. I'm gonna go to Hook. Okay, Box, I got you. Touched and honored. I'll make it Therafluent switching to mobile. Oh my god, yes. Get cozy for the last game. We'll play one more after this. Just for Ryan. Thank you guys. Okay. Oh, you ugly bitch. Eat my ass, bitch. Ah. I was joking. Where am I going? I just needed to get you away. Miss NBC took that personally. No, she said... I'm sorry, her looking at the wall was kind of funny. Guys, it's not looking too hot. I'll hold as much as I can. Yeah, we need to get another gen done. Oh my god. She's gonna come right over here. No, come back. Okay, wait. Oh my god, guys, I almost died. But guys, I'm so bad right now. Oh my god, that was scary. Oh, you're getting chased in here. That's not what I thought. Are you looking for a gen? I thought they were usually in the jungle gyms here. Nice, Momo. Vox, if you can come this way. Oh. Right, never mind. You already are this way. No, babe! Ah! Run! No! 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 Oh my god, you ugly, slimy bitch. It's a Mori too? Like, girl, doing the most. Fucking bitch. Guys, work on a gen, please. ¡Ay, puta! ¡Ay, qué pendeja, Mari! Oh my god! Justin looping bootcamp when? I'm out of breath. Okay? God, please work on screaming. I feel like that Trisha Paytas video. I perked up. Oh my god. It's okay, we... What did he say? Oh. Come on, please. The videotape in hand, just in case. Alright, we're gonna play one game after this. This is a hard match. It didn't spawn at Shack. Not her right there. That's kind of nasty. so now. It's died! Oh my god! Yes! 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 That's what I'm talking about! Let's go! It's okay, my man will only speak Korean to me, so I can be. Period. Learn Korean. Alright, well, last game, best game. For Ryan, for the stream. We are all gonna get out. The 4 out is gonna be incredible. I feel it in the bones. Last game. We'll make it count. Can I just hop on Duolingo? He says no. Manifesting. Okay, Ryan, what killer do you manifest? Because Momo asked me to manifest a killer and immediately was like, shut that shit down. Momo said, no, we're not going against that killer. Okay? I got a 4 out on my stream, so you gotta get a 4 out too. Oh, we've already gotten 2 4 out? 1 4 out? We've gotten, Momo got the hatch a game ago. I'll say Myers, so don't ask me. We had a Myers on Midwich who didn't want to kill us after killing us. We died and then didn't want to kill us. Confusion. And Box got the hatch there. Or not, Box didn't get it, Momo did. I got an E, baby. Oh, okay, well, thank you so much for playing with us. I appreciate you so much. Vecna the first. Ooh, Vecnissi. Manifest. Thank you for playing, Box. I love that you love hanging out here. Thanks for hanging out on my island earlier and letting me come to yours and seeing all the progress you've made on Bleak Beach. I'm excited for the next stream to finish it up and get Magnemite. And learn the rest of the lore. All my Gojo cosplay stuff is here inside my closet. Ooh. Alright, last game, guys. We're gonna play one more. I know Vox isn't here, but I want to play one more. I want to get us out. If anything, we sack the rando. Don't tell them that. Don't tell them. But if we must, the rando must go. Fuck ass Bob, I live. People are gonna call you literally Edna mode. They're gonna be like, Lord Farquaad. Third automated Slade. I love how dives. I love that your achievement is get automated. Who are we gonna raid? I'm looking for raids. Let's Shane. Let's Shane. Oh, Tech is on. Oh, we can raid Tech. We can totally raid Tech. Oh, I've already figured it out. It's a wrap. It's Tech. We're raiding Tech. It thrills me. Just to feel something. Let me get automated so I can feel something, please. I think I said shit in a DM with Wong, and he was like, well, I'm still family friendly. Girl. Oh, when Wong was here and we were drinking, I was cussing up a storm. We were having a good time. Still have the Wong clip. That was worth every bit. I'm dead. Guys, these lobbies have also been taking 100 million years. I'm gonna just dump these bullet points into my girl.
I'm sorry, I failed you.
I miss him and y'all. Aww. It's okay to miss everybody. I do miss Wong all the time. I owe him an update. Because it's been like a month and a half since I've seen him. So I definitely need to update him on life. I wish he would come around here sometimes. But I know he doesn't live on Twitch anymore. It would be great to have him here. I mostly just keep up with him on Instagram now. My OG little streaming crew is no more. Like, Mads doesn't stream anymore, really. Jaden hasn't streamed anymore. Wong doesn't stream anymore. Haven rarely streams. Nestle doesn't stream. All of my friends who started streams with me, like who streamed with me, don't stream anymore. Leviosa Beans? Wait, why do I know that name? Aw, I'm gonna cry. I know. Like, I miss Nestle so much. I actually owe Nestle a huge phone call. We have to catch up. I miss Nestle so much. You would like him? I know that name. Why do I know Leviosa Beans? Yeah, Ness was here for my birthday. I know, and she just hasn't streamed in a while. She hasn't been streaming. I want to know when the last time she streamed. Look at my IG. Oh, she doesn't have any VODs. I forgot. Oh, ew. Or recommended with me. I missed the Justin Mads, Aiden Wong. Yeah, I know. I know. We don't even play Fortnite. Mads has been real MIA from Twitch even. Oh, I'm working. Yeah, I know. I know. No. Yeah, those were some good times. I can't believe it's been so, like, it's already been so long since Wong sort of like retired full time. Everything's so different than it was like 5 years ago. Isn't that insane? I've known Wong for 5 years. 0 strength, mind you. Can't lift arm, mind you. Oh, hey. Hey. Alright, who do we think it is? There's Ada. Who is it, guys? Aw, that's so sweet. Well, I don't know if it's narcissism, more so like those things happen to you in real life. And so, was she really working on this gen with us? Oh, it's a trapper? Oh, we got this. Big whip. I found spicy bones, guys! I was too close to the other side of it. I found spicy bones. I found the spicy bones. Spicy bones. It's a trapper, guys. We got this. Just look down at the ground. Don't step in traps. I love how that, like, memory is ingrained. Oh, he's on mark. Where's this? Oh, it's back there. Oh, you're so far. And that's how it should be. I just imagine Twitch like a bar. Like if you're there with friends, hanging out. Going for hook. Just looking on the ground for traps. Dives, I'm gonna be less responsive because this guy puts traps around that can be hidden. He doesn't commit. This guy has commitment issues. Come. Oh, he has the eerie perk. Girl focused, I know. Heck. What was happening there? He had Unbreakable. The Ada had Unbreakable. Got you, I got you. I'm gonna go for hook again. Oh, this trap. Fuck. He has eerie. He has the eerie traps. Right? Those are the ones that mark you or like hit you. There's a trap right there. There's a trap there. Be careful. I'm going for hook. I just choked on spit. Spicy bones. Oh, maybe I'm not going to hook. I hate you. He went for hook. He left me alone. He can't take it. He can't take me. No, Trapper, please stop tunneling. And Devour, bro. What? Oh, not the trap. Ada, please. Be so serious. Ada, where are you going, Ada? Ada. Ada. What are you doing? Oh, there's a trap here. Damn, I almost stepped in that. There's a trap right there, friend. Dirty, snarky ears. No, don't resist. This is the place for them. Mark's hiding somewhere. I'm gonna go get Momo. Ada, you need to get a hook, gen done, please. He left me. He can't take me. He can't take me. He can't take me. I hate you, bro. Is there traps here? No! Please! That's fine. I just wanted you to take me, like, hook me, flick me, love me, choose me! Ada, this is how you take a hook for your friends, okay? Fuck me, yeah, exactly. Thank you, Trapper. Finally. Exactly, Vox. Oh. Come on, Ada. Come get me. Come get me. Come get me. No, Ada, I'm over here. Ada, I'm over here. Momo, I'll heal you. Let me heal you first, okay? He's just chasing Momo, bro. Cannot be serious. Spicy bones. Fuck me. Bang. Bang me. Rail me. Or whatever that host said. Yeah, exactly. Okay, hide. Don't run, okay? Oh. I see spicy bones. I want to get rid of them. He's gonna slug? That's so nasty. So you have 5 hexes up. That's sweet. That's cool. That's lovely. Nice, Mark. Hide. Don't come through the shack, okay? He said, don't try to touch my bones without my consent. DVD notes sound like a season for player. Spicy bones. I'm gonna go for the door. Well, big GG's. Mark, Momo, your sacrifice was not in vain. I got out. And that's okay. Fucking rando. The rando's gonna survive. I hope the rando gets killed. Let's see. Oh. Ew, rando. You ain't even built like that, rando. Rando, you ain't even built. Don't even play in that man's face, rando. You live to tell our story. I did. The tale of the threesome. Oh, man. Not far from the truth. the trio. Thank you so much for the games, guys. I'll join the raid, but I gotta go say hi to my other friend. Yo, you're totally fine. We're gonna raid out to not another tech guy. I appreciate you guys so much for being here, for hanging out with me, for being here and not anywhere else, and spending so much time with me. This means so much to me that people come and spend time with me and hang out, to do whatever I want, like doing whatever I want. And yeah, it makes me feel really good when people come and hang out. And I'm glad we were just yapping earlier about drinking and partying, and I don't know, it just made me feel good that I get to share some of myself on stream and it's not just me crashing out about Sims or Pokopia. P.S. You're so cute. Stop, Dives. No, you're cute. Friend, I'm so happy you're here. I'm so happy to know that you're okay, and I'm so sorry to hear about all the things. But I hope you and your kids are okay, and that the boys are doing well after that, and that you have the support, and that you're using your support, you know, to take care of yourselves, because that's important. Not another tech guy. Not another tech guy. Thank you for being here, Ryan. Thank you for the raid. Momo, thank you for hanging out with me, babe. Thanks for being here. Thanks for spending the night with me. I know it's late, but I appreciate you all. And I'll see you Friday so we can end Pokopia. We're gonna wrap up Pokopia. Tech is playing Fortnite right now. And yeah, let's go hang out with him for the night. I'm gonna raid and run, but yeah, let's go show him some love and spend some time with him. And good night, Vox. Thank you so much for a great night. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. It made my night. Thank you. Good night, everybody. Yes, good night, Momo. Good night, Vox. Good night, Dives. I appreciate you.